Let's upsolve problem I from ICPC 2011, Mommy Madness. What do we have here? So we have a human, which is denoted as H, S, and several mummies. Their coordinates are given. After that, the following happens. So there is a process. Firstly, we make a step in any of 8 directions, or stay still. And then each of the mummies goes to the neighboring square, also one of the 8 neighbors, including angle neighbored. And among them, the mummy chooses the nearest one by Euclidean distance. So the first thing which is worth noting is that it is unique. Okay, so for example, assume that mummy can only go in these 4 directions. In this case, there are cases where mummy has several options where to go to minimize the Euclidean distance. For example, if we are currently in point 0, 0, mummy can be, for example, in point 4, 4, and then it can either go here or here, and they both minimize the distance. Okay, but this is not possible if we have also these directions. Yeah, because if mummy is in the same row as we are, it always goes horizontally. If it is in the same column as we are, it always goes vertically. Yeah, and if it is in one of these 4 quadrants, then it goes diagonally. So there is always unique square where it can go, unless the mummy already has us. So it has already caught us, of course, caught. And in this case, we lost. Okay. So the question is, how long will it take before a mummy catches us? Mm-hmm. So this is interesting. Let's try and solve it. Yeah, so let me think. Okay. Assume that all mummies Let's first of all talk about moving indefinitely. Yeah. So assume that there is a mummy here, right above us, and there is a mummy here right below us. Then I think we cannot escape. Yeah, because whenever we go, mummies are still in our column and they shrink this segment. So always, for example, if we go here, this mummy goes here and this mummy goes here. So the segment has shrunk by 2. And any whatever we do, there is still a mummy above us, a mummy below us, and they shrink the segment. We cannot do anything about it. Okay? So, if we want to escape, yeah, for example, assume that the mummies are only, for example, here and here. Yeah, so they have either x less than 0, if we are in 0, 0. Either x is less than 0, either x is 0 and y is greater than 0. Yeah, in this case we have to go here and we can win. We can actually win in this case. So is it true that we just need to choose some direction and run in it? Maybe yes. But maybe no. Okay, what I want to say is that there is some sort of bounding box. Yeah, so let's look at the, for example, leftmost zombie, rightmost, oh, not zombie, but mummy. Leftmost, rightmost, uppermost, lowermost mummies. Yeah, there is some box in this case. Yeah, so if we can run out of it, or maybe even if we are outside this box, yeah, maybe we can define it as this. So, for example, let's consider the leftmost column. And in this column, we remove everything but this. So let's draw something like this. And we are somewhere here. So if we're outside it, we can win. Yeah, because we just run in this direction and all the mummies try to go in the same direction, but they cannot get us. Otherwise, I would say that this bounding box shrinks. It always shrinks. Yeah, so assume that we are inside this box. For example, we are here. In this case, these guys go here and these guys go here. And this leads to bounding box shrinking. Yeah, because this angle is still here, but this angle goes by this vector. So if we want to escape indefinitely, we need the bounding box to stop shrinking. Yeah, because if it always shrinks, then at some point it either becomes 1 by 1, yeah, and in this case we can escape and it stops shrinking, or it becomes something but we are getting caught. I I confused again. Caught. Great, so we need to check whether we can stop shrinking. Also, I guess until we have escaped the box, it always shrinks. So our optimal strategy looks like this. There are several moves during which it shrinks. And then at some point either we are caught and the game is ended, or it stops shrinking and we run indefinitely. There are only two cases. Okay, notice that the box is of not a big size. I guess it is of size 2 times 10 to 6. Yeah, so 2 times 10 to the 6th, and again 2 times 10 to the 6th, until we have run out of the box. I guess it means that it can shrink at most 2 million times. Yeah, because when we're at some side, then this size continues shrinking, and when it stops shrinking, we won or we lost. There's no third option. Great. So if we can run for this many turns, or maybe million turns, yeah, because it shrinks from both directions. No, if we are in this angle, it broke. Sorry. Can it shrink only from one side? Yeah, it can happen if we are here and we ran in this direction. But why then not in this direction? Okay, we could be here and we ran in this direction, and this led to shrinking here and here, but here it didn't shrink. Okay, so, okay, let's assume that it is at most this many operations. So initially the sum of sides of this box is at most this. In the end it is at least 4. And this means that we should leave at least this many turns, and if we leave, then we won. So I guess it can be a binary search. So let's choose some number t, and we want to check whether we can leave for t turns. So how can we check it? It's actually hard to say, because there are many possible strategies. We can stay in the same point as we are, or we can move it each turn. It's unobvious. So how can we move? Can we leave for t turns or not? So there is a field, and we moved for t turns. Can we jump into the mummy, or we shouldn't do it? Okay, we can move into a mummy, but we usually do not want to do it. Yeah. So, for example, let's look at this mummy. Yeah, so we are in some point. It will be easier if it is in the first quadrant, so like we are in 0, 0, and mummy is in XY. So what should we do to not be caught? Yeah, so each time we go here, nothing changes. Each time we go here, y is decreased by 1. So I guess if we want to run indefinitely, either we should always be less than x, or we should always be less than y. Yeah, so this means that we should do either no more than yeah, so let's call these 3 directions up directions, and these 3 directions horizontal directions. So the number of horizontal plus 2 times ups should be no more than, should be less than y, or we are caught. And number of vertical plus 2 times right, yeah, where right is these 3 directions, and vertical are these 3 directions. They should be less than x. So either this should be true or this should be true. And if it's the case, then we are not caught. Yeah. So like there are 9 variables. How many turns of this type we have? And each mummy imposes disjunction of two conditions. We should choose one of them. And if we cannot, we lose. So it's like conjunctive normal form, but on linear equations. And of course, sum of all 9 variables is t. Okay. So it seems that the order of these actions doesn't matter at all. The order of these actions doesn't matter at all. Yeah. Also, it is worth noting that if we have 2 vectors, we can replace them with other 2 vectors. Yeah, for example, assume that we have this and this. Yeah, we can replace them with going here and staying in the same point. And why is that? Because nothing changes actually. Yeah, so the number of ups is the same, the number of going to the left is the same, the number of horizontals is the same. Also, for example, we can replace these 2 actions with staying in the same point twice, I guess. So let's maximize the number of actions during which we stay at the same point. And then, like, also, for example, if we have 2 these actions, we can replace them with 2 these actions. Okay, I got it. Let's minimize the sum of the lengths. Yeah, it's easy to see that we have here 2 elements of size 1, of length 1, and we replaced with an operation of length 0 and of length square root of 2, which is less than this one. And here we had 2 square roots of 2, and we replaced it with just 2, which is again less than it. So let's, while we can, do this operation. This will decrease the total sum of lengths, and in the end we just have several operations like this. And we can just go through it and stay here. So now let's think, what does mommy do? Can mommy catch us? Yeah, so notice that this number, okay, for example, let's rewrite it. So mommy xy catches us starting in 0, 0. Sorry, it broke again. If and only if one of 2 things happens. So again, we are assuming that x is greater than 0 and y is greater than 0, or at least 0. If one of 2 things happens, either our horizontal moves plus 2 times our up moves is less than y, or our vertical moves plus 2 times our right moves is less than x. Let's rewrite it. Yeah, so what is h? It's number of times that we stay in the same point. Okay, first of all, I would like to add 0 times that we go down. And here 0 times we go left. Okay, now let's decrease all these coefficients by 1. This just results in subtracting the whole number of our moves, which is t. So t plus minus d plus u should be less than y. And t plus minus l plus r should be less than x. Okay? And this can be rewritten because minus d plus u is just delta y. So delta y should be less than y minus t. And delta x, where x is our x actually, should be less than x minus t. Yeah, and delta x, delta y is just our point. So let's see what happens. We started in 0, 0. We went in some point delta x, delta y. And the condition says that it should be either less than, so this is xy, it should be either to the left of this line or to the bottom of this line. Yeah? So we construct a square of size 2t, and we should be outside this square. Notice that if we are, for example, here, then we are also outside this square, but I guess this is just impossible, yeah? Because if we can get there, then the square is bigger, and actually we are inside this square. So now the question is, can we choose a point which is outside all these squares? But still it should be in our tt square because we can get there in time t. And that is the criterion. So we can live for t minutes if there is a point in our t by t square, 2t by 2t square, which is outside all of 2t by 2t squares of all mummies. Great. So we know all the mummies' positions. And we just need to find out. So we have our square. And we need to find out whether there is a position which is not accessible by mummies. So which is outside all the squares. It seems like a scan line with segment 3. So let's create a line in minus infinity. So each mummy xy is 2 events. So at moment x minus t, it is an event that now this segment is controlled by mummy, and at moment x plus t plus 1, I guess, it says that it is no more controlled by the mummy. Okay. Great. And then we need to check whether there is at least one point in this square which is not covered. So we have a segment tree, which for each point counts how many mummies control this point. Yeah, and we can add on a segment. We can subtract on a segment. And I guess we need for this segment find the minimum. So we also need to find the minimum on a segment. Yeah. Yes, we need to find the minimum on a segment. And this can be done with a simple segment tree with pushes. Let's write it. So we start with usual preparation. So we use fast input-output. Then we add files. It solve tests. As usual, we make at multi-tests, I guess. So we say if not solve test t, then break. And solve test is bool, which returns whether we have read the input. In the input, we read a number n. If we failed, we return false, and also if n is -1, we return false. I should note that even if we return this part about failing to read number, it should still pass the tests. I only do it for my convenience. Okay, here we need to read the input and print the answer. Great. So let's make some sort of infinity, which is like 4e, okay, 4 million plus 1. It's funny that I would like to do this, but I cannot because the testing system doesn't understand it. Maybe it started in C++ 14 and I am in C++ 11 here. I don't know. So we need to read the coordinates of mummies. Let's read them. Okay, I would like to define x first because and define at y second because it is natural to think of the elements of the pair as of coordinates. It doesn't know what is vector, so we need to help it. Now we need to find answer of mummies. And if answer is at least infinity, we will say that the answer is never. Otherwise, we print the answer. And before that, we need to print case, test number, and colon and space. Great. Now the only thing left is to find the answer. Let's find it. So here, first of all, let's say that constant n equals mummies.size. Then we need to make some binary search. Yeah. So to perform successful binary search, we need to find like, let's see. No mummy starts in position 0, 0. So we definitely leave at least one turn. So x is definitely a number which is too little for the answer. And y, which is infinity, is definitely not a number which is too little for the answer. So we will return y in the end. But before that, we need to make x and y have difference 1. So y, while y minus x is at least 2, we need to do something. We need to shrink them. And we will do it in a half. So we will find int z equals x plus y half. And we need to check whether x should become new x or new y. How do we do that? We need to check whether we can live for z turns. If we can live for z turns, let's write if can live for z turns, then what does it mean? Let me think. Okay, so again, what does x and y mean? X means a number which is definitely less than the answer. Why is it less than the answer? Because we definitely can live for one move. Maximum number of time steps until you are caught. So we definitely can make one move. Maybe it's staying in the same point, but it's still one move. So what means that we write x equals z? X equals z means that x is too little for the answer. And this means that actually we can live we can make more than x steps. Yeah, we can make more than x steps. And this means that we can, at the end of these x steps, we can still be in a position which is not caught by the mummies. Okay, so can leave for z should mean that there is a position like for t equals z, which we can reach and which mummies cannot. Okay, else y equals z, I guess. And then we return y. Fine, the only thing left is this bool. And we still need all these mummies. Great. Let's check that we can live for this number of turns. I will replace it with t. Okay, let's think. What can we do? So, we are in the square minus 10 to the 6 and 10 to the 6 here and here and here and here. I guess let's add inf to everything so that now we live in a square from 1. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 0, this is 1, and we are here. Yeah, we are here. Also, I think we would like to add z here so that all squares are also in this area. Okay, let's add it. So we will add delta, which equals infinity plus z. And now our square is this one. Okay, now I guess we have several types of events. What are these events? So we start a square. Yeah, end a square. Then we have this start our square, end our square, and I guess that's it. Yeah. So let's make it struct events event. Okay, let's start it with a big letter. So first we'll have int x, and when I have a type, let's write comments. So tp equals 0. This means also I guess we need int y. So this means start a square from y minus t to y plus t. Then 1 means stop a square. Y minus t and y plus t. So notice that I said that we want to stop a square not at moment x plus t, but at moment x plus t plus 1, in order to for x plus t be totally empty. Yeah, if we want that, we actually need to clean this. So we firstly need to remove all such events, and only after that start this event, or not. So what I would like the following. If we have two squares without space between them, then we should not notice that there is an empty space. But if there is an empty space, then we should notice it. And if we are inside this square, then we should report it. So how should we do that? This is a thing which requires some planning. So I recommend, yes, so the action of this side is here. So if we firstly stop this side and then start this side, between these two events, our program may decide that this space is empty, however, there is no empty space. So I wanted to firstly consider this side, starting sides, and only then consider the ending sides. Yeah, so we always firstly consider opening sides and only then closing sides. So for example, here, yeah, assume that, for example, this side has coordinate 10. Then there is an empty space with coordinate 11, and there is a opening side with coordinate 12. So it looks like this here and here. But notice that since 11 is less than 12, this side will be removed before this side is opened. And this means that we will notice this point. Okay? But this means that we should consider this side after all openings. Yeah, it should be considered after all openings. And let's think if it should be considered after closings or before closings. I think it doesn't matter. If we consider it after some closing, yeah, after some closing of this type, this doesn't matter because this square is here. So eventually, when all such closings and openings are considered, we will find some empty space. So we can make type 2 means start our square. What about ending the square? Yeah, so for example, assume that we have something like this. Yeah, so the square opens here. This means that we should it opens here. How do we react? I think it doesn't matter again. Yeah, because if there is some sort of empty point here, we will notice it. And if it is not there, then this square is closed here and then the green square is opened. So I guess it doesn't matter. We can do it in any order. Yeah, so again, if we have some empty point, then at some point during considering this coordinate, yeah, we have considered all closing segments here, and then they still have not started opening squares here. Okay, we would like. I got it. I got it. So consider this. Consider this square, and let's think that we have an empty point here. We wouldn't like it to die. Yes, so if there is some square here, which ends here, we want all of them to disappear, and only after... Ah, okay. Actually, I guess it closes here, doesn't it? Our square closes on the next coordinate, so if it is x, then it closes at x plus 1. But then we do not want it... we do not want to consider this point. Yeah? So how do we do it? So we need to do it firstly. Okay, so TP equals -1 means stop our square. Nice. So we have a lot of events. Let's now store them. Constant delta means infinity plus t. This is how much we add to each coordinate. Now we store all events. So this number is only for segment 3. We do not use it for anything else except segment 3. So events are purely x and y's without any adds of delta. So vector of event v. Let's go through all my... First of all, we need to add our event, which is our begin of type 2 of x minus t and of y 0. And we put it in our... we put it here. Also, the same goes for our end, which is of type -1. We begin at minus... we begin at... sorry, end, not begin. -1 at point t plus 1 and y is 0. And we also add our end here. And finally, I think we can remove this. And we can remove this. Okay, so we have a mummy. We have two events. Event mummy begin and mummy end. We need to push back them as well. Let's set them up. So mummy begin of type is 0. Mummy begin x is mummy.x minus t, and mummy begin.y is mummy.y. And for the mummy end, it is of type 1. It begins at t plus 1 and it ends at y. Yeah. Great. Now we need to sort them. And for sorting, we first of all need include algorithm. And secondly, we need a comparator here. So if x is not equal to other.x, then return x is less than other.x. Otherwise, we just return types. We have sorted our mummies. Finally, we need to put this all into the segment tree. So we make a segment tree. Which size? It is a good question. Which size? Yeah, so our coordinates before this whole thing will be like from minus infinity minus t to infinity plus t. So the length of the side should be 2 infinity plus 2t plus 1, I guess. This is what we put here. This is our segment tree. And segment tree should be able to add on a segment and find a minimum on a segment. Then we iterate. What do we have? We have a boolean our square active, which is initially false. And we have our events. Which is called v for some reason. Let's rename it. I don't like v. So we consider all events. If at some point we found an active point which we can reach and the mummies cannot, we return true. Otherwise, in the end, we return false. Let's for now create this structure, which doesn't work. So it has a constructor. It has find minimum from L to R, and it has add to segment from L to R and the value. Great. So here we do the following. First of all, we have switch event.tp. So case -1. This means that we stop our square. We say that our square active is false. Actually, we can as well break. We can do it here, I think. If ev.tp equals -1, we just break. Great. So we consider only 0, 1, and 2. Why do we break? Because if our active square is ended and we still didn't find, we still haven't found the point where we would like to go, Then, if we still didn't find it, then it doesn't exist. We can just stop and return false. What happened? Why isn't here return false? I remember writing here that I return false. What? Okay, let's investigate. Why did it disappear? I remember writing it. It should be here. Why did it disappear? I remember writing it. Okay, but it is not there. Okay. Okay, maybe I didn't write it. Now it's here. Actually, I can include it in here, but in case -1, I just return false. Okay, case 0. In case 0, we start a square. How do we start a square? We just have our tree and we add to segment event.y minus t and event.y plus t plus 1. Y plus t plus 1 because so I have a segment tree. Yeah, so this corresponds to y minus t and this corresponds to y plus t. But all intervals in my segment tree will be represented as semi-intervals. So the left point is included and the right point is excluded. So if I want to exclude the right point, I need to add 1 first. So this is excluded, but this is included. So it is from y minus t to y plus t plus 1. Okay. So I have it here and I add a value of 1. So case 1, and here I need to add to the same segment actually, -1. And then case 2. Also I need to make breaks here. Break, 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 break. Here I need to start the active square. Our square active equals true. Great. And after the switch, I need to check if our square is active. Then I need to check the minimum. So I take the tree. I find the minimum from -t to t. And if it is 0, actually not to t, but to t plus 1. And if it is 0, I return true. Here, again, it disappeared, didn't it? So I write it again. I don't know how it happens. I want it to be here. I want return false in the end. I'm not happy if it disappears. Why do I erase it every time? If our active square, we find the minimum. And maybe this is a point where there are no zombies. No mummies. So we go there. Return true. Okay, now we need to write a segment tree. And hopefully I will be able to write a usual implementation, which I don't like. It includes a lot of indices. Still, it's what we have. Still, it's what we have. Okay. Also, I would like to have a delta, which we just store. We just store it. What is it? Ah, and I need to put it here. Delta. And actually, delta is always added to this L and R. So this is the first point. Okay, then we need to create an array of minima and a vector of pushed values. So minimum, as far as I know, it should be of size 4n. And to push is also of size 4n. And delta is delta. Yeah. So how do we find minimum? Also, to do it, I will need another function, find minimum, which has much more arguments. So first of all, it has the number of current vertex of segment tree. Also, it has its left and right borders. Also, why? What is n? Ah, n is the size. Okay. So I would like to have a method to find this n. And to do it, I just divide minimum dot size by 4. So the left part of the segment, the right part of the segment, and the left part and the right parts of the query. So here I just return the minimum in vertex 0, which is from 0 to n and from L to R. So how do I add to segment? I have another function, add to segment. Which includes the number of vertex. It also has int value. Wait, and here I just add to segment in this setting. So let's find the minimum. I think it is easier. So what does this function do? It finds the minimum among all the points in the intersection of this segment and this segment. So first of all, we need to find if they're at all intersecting. So if L is at least VR or VL is at least R, this means that they do not intersect at all. In this case, we just return the neutral element we find in the minimum, which is infinity. Okay, the second case is VL is inside our vertex segment is inside our query segment. In this case, we just need to return our minimum, which we know. Right. After that, we just find the minimum among two subsegments. So how do we go into the left segment? We take 2 times v plus 1, VL plus VR half, LR. And the same thing for the right part, which is plus 2 VR LR. Yeah. This is actually incorrect, but we will fix it later. Now let's go to add to segment. How do we add to segment? So if we start with the same thing. So if we do not intersect with the segment, we return nothing. If we are fully inside the segment, then we need to add to the whole segment. And we need to add it to the minimum, but we also need to add it to our children. And we cannot do it that easily. So if we would like to return it here, and here we would like to add to segment of the children. Add to seg, val, Great? No, it is not great. Because here our children do not know anything about our query, which we did. So we need to change this variable, which is toPush. We add to it the value. And it says basically, this operation is postponed. You will need later to add this value to your children. Okay, sorry, it is here. Oops. This operation is postponed. You will need later to add it to your children. Okay, fine. We will need to do it later. But what do we do here? Yeah, because here we actually need to know our new minimum. And we do not know it. Yeah, so we would like to say that minimum is just minimum of minimum 2 times v plus 1 and minimum 2 times v plus 2, unless it won't be correct. It won't be correct. And why is that? Because these children maybe don't know about some operations in their parents. Yeah. So actually in our tree, every vertex stores its minimum, but also it stores something that it should add to its children, and it still hadn't done it. Yeah. So if, for example, this toPush equals 2, then if this vertex thinks that its minimum is 3, it is actually not 3, it's 3 plus 2 because of this operation, which is postponed. So what we need to do before going into this vertex is to push this number here. And this is done by the function push. Push a v. We actually only need push v. we have a function which pushes. So after we have pushed, our toPush value is 0, and our segments is ready for visiting them. Okay? And we update our minimum. So what about here? Here it's also false that we can do it without pushing, but if we push, this would be correct. So let's write this function of pushing. Actually, it's quite easy. We just need to add to our children the value to push, not only to the minima, but also to their to push numbers. Great. I think we've done it. Let's see. No. Something's wrong. It must return a value. No, it should not. Again, no. Binary equals. No operator found which takes a left-hand operand of type const std_pair int. Wow. Since I don't have an idea where it comes from, I will look into our output. And it says that the issue is with what are you talking about? Ah, maybe I'm trying to sort a constant array. Yeah, it's just sad. I shouldn't have done it. I don't need to sort the mummies, but rather the events, of course. Now it's fine. Let's see. It failed. Yeah, it, as you see here in the right side, it is Stack Overflow because of the infinite recursion. So the problem is, of course, not in the push part, but it's just infinitely deep here. Okay, this is incorrect. I wanted to check whether my vertex segment is inside my query segment. And if I want it, I need it to be at least L, and here also at least L. And VR should be at most R. Now it's more correct than it was. Case 1 is 4, case 2 is never. It's kinda correct. Maybe I should just send it, but I don't understand why it was so slow. Yeah, you see? Ah, 20 seconds? No joke, 20 seconds? Nah. Why 20 seconds? And because of multitest. If it is because of a multitest, I kinda understand it. Maybe we can try and submit it. Let's try and submit it. Ah, I need to log in. I'm logged in. Yeah, it lagged. Actually, this is a bad practice. What I needed to do is I needed to check some other examples, which I didn't. This is not the correct way to do it. But let's see, maybe it works and I can relax. And maybe even have a nap. Doesn't happen. Time limit exceeded. There might be several reasons for that. Yeah, you see on my computer it is like 5 seconds. Yeah, it's really slow. It shouldn't be that slow. Okay, one place where the slowness can happen is because I every time sort this array. Or maybe it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter actually. Yeah, I don't understand why it is so slow because it shouldn't be so slow. Why is it so slow? Because of 1 million. What? Let's make some measurements. So we have a krona. We have a krona. Here we have auto start equals krona. High resolution clock now. Auto end equals krona. High resolution clock now. And we print and minus start divided by, let's just count, I guess, and divided by 1 is 6 milliseconds and even handle. Okay. So it spends like huge time on it. How can you spend 150 milliseconds on one iteration? This is a huge mess. Is it because of allocations? Yeah, because this is kind of slow allocation. This is kind of slow allocation. Okay, I have an idea. The idea is just to change this delta. Yeah, so let's call it 3. And I call it for infinity plus infinity is 4 million. Okay, I need another infinity, which is coordinate infinity. And it should be like million. Yeah, and here we only need the coordinate infinity. Not that big infinity, because that big infinity is a huge mess. And also here, this is something terrible. Let's see what it does this time. Now it's faster, but still this is inappropriate. Okay, now let's make it 3, like... What we need to do now is to avoid allocations. To avoid allocations, we would like to make it static. So it's same for all runs. And if we want that, we need it to be fully zeros in the end. And for that, we need to finish all this array. So first of all, here we cannot return false. We need to finish this thing. So we just say that our active square is false. We break. And we just continue. It won't do anything useful. What it does is just continuous removing all these segments until it's empty. Okay. So here we have a tree of maximum possible size. What is the maximum possible size? It is something like, I don't know, infinity times 2 plus c infinity times 2 plus 1, isn't it? Ah, and we need a delta. Delta will be 0 here. Okay, so here we do not create a new segment tree. We just have an existing segment tree and we change its delta to delta. Okay. This time is much faster, so the slowest part was the allocations. We can try and send it now. Submit, submit, submit. Actually, it was bad because I didn't check it on this sample. Okay, this was a totally bad option because it says my 1 and 1 here because I broke it. I broke the solution. But I couldn't. I couldn't. How did I break it? My camera is killing me. Okay, now I really don't know what to do because it broke. Yeah, so for some reason, It doesn't work well. Of course, this is wrong answer. Yeah, that was stupid. I really don't understand. Why it like changed its behavior. Okay, let's find out, I think. Let's look into our tree. And to push of this tree, maybe. Oh no. 40 million. 40 million is a huge mess. Okay, it has a 4 here. 3. This is not good. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. How can it be 3? For real. How can it be 3? This segment is just a huge segment. And this is 3 here. How is it possible? So in the beginning it is 0. So we add to segment. Ah, because we add to a huge segment. Okay, in this case I kinda understand. But still, we subtract from a segment eventually, don't we? Ah, okay, we need to, of course, to push here should be 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this time the answer is correct. Let's try again. Okay, this time I see no reasons for either wrong answer or time limit exceeded. But the time limit exceeded. So we need to make several optimizations. First of all, we need to stop sorting each time. So this sort may be slow. Yeah, instead, maybe there is a merge. What is a merge? What is a merge? Okay, I hope merge is what I think merge is. Yeah. In this case, let's assume that mummies are already sorted. Oh, stop it, please. In this case, I assume that mummies are already sorted. And to assume that, I can sort them, for example, here. Yeah, so I just sort mummies by X. So here I may assume that mummies are already sorted. So I have two events. I have left events and right events. So I also have bool added our left equals false and added our right equals false. Now we go through the mummies. We make these events. We say that left events push back this, right events push back this, but we do not sort it. We don't push back it yet. We wait. So we want them to be sorted. So when do we add, for example, our begin? Our begin has type 2. So it should be added after all other segments with same x. So we say if mummy begin dot x is greater than our begin dot x, and if not added yet, then we add. So here we say that left events dot push back our begin. What about our end? Our end, as you see, is stop our square and TP is -1. So it should be before all other operations with the same x. Also, we need to say that added our left is true here. So if mummy begin.x, mummy end.x is greater than our, is at least our end.x and not added our right, then we push it And only after that we add mommy end. Okay? So here we need to have our events sorted. But in order to do it, we need to merge them. So how do we merge? We merge. So left events.begin, left events.end, right events.begin, right events.end, and we need to push everything back in our events. So we need back inserter of events. Okay, let's check it. Now it's wrong. I think that's because it failed to sort the array correctly. Okay, yeah, I get it. So if not add at our left, we need to add it. And if not add at our right, then add it. Let's check it again. Okay, now it's correct. Okay, since I'm lazy, for now I will not optimize anything further. We will send it again. And if it's still time limit exceeded, we will think what next we can do. Time limit exceeded. Maybe that's because of this thing. I don't know. Maybe it is. Okay, let's try one more time without this here because it is a bit suspicious. But I guess I already need to think about what's wrong in my code. Okay, maybe we need to create some sort of test. I need to let's wrap it in if def. Actually, I think I can move it here. Yeah, I think I can move it here. And in on PC. Mm-hmm. So let's create some sort of a huge test. Create huge test. So, okay. I think we'll need random as well. So we say int n equals this number. So we print n, then we print all n zombies. And we also have uniform int distribution int from minus infinity, which is actually called cinf. From minus cinf to cinf. And here we run we print seg of RNG and again seg of RNG and \n and not cout but fout. Great. Let's try it now. I didn't create this test. Okay, now it's slow. No, it's not slow. It's 3 seconds. And in the system, it will be like 20 seconds. Okay, here we have a huge input. Okay, let's try several tests. It's not that slow. Okay. I don't know. Maybe this means that we need to make this number smaller, like this, maybe. Will it be faster if we do it? I think no, not much. Yeah, it's kind of the same. No, it's faster. It's faster. Yeah. Still, I don't think it's substantially faster, but it is faster. Ah, it's not a good idea to make the RNG same. No, I don't get it. Why is it so slow? It's like n times log squared. And n is 200,000. No, it shouldn't be 3 seconds. I messed up somewhere. It shouldn't be 3 seconds. It's too slow. It's too slow. It shouldn't be 3 seconds. There is no reason for it to be so slow. No, it shouldn't be that slow. No, no. Is this because of huge jumps in the memory? Can it, how? How is it so slow? It's like 20 times 20 times 200,000. It's like 80 million. It's like 80 million. Why is it so slow? I'm writing in Python. What's causing the slow thing? Is it this cycle what is slow? Okay, let's measure it. I think we can measure it. Or maybe I don't know. Okay, let's measure it. Let's see. Oh, what's wrong with you now? Okay, the second part is really the slowest. And it's really slow. It's really slow. It shouldn't be so slow. It's incredibly slow. Why? Why is it so slow? So we have several events. For each event, we either make add to seg or add to seg and find min. Both these operations are really not slow, I believe. It works in like logarithmic time, so it's n log n or n log m. How is it so slow? Okay, what if we always return 0? Or return 1? Let's just return 1, for example. It's not that much faster. So the problem is definitely with the function add to sec. So if L is at least VR or VL is at least R, then return. This is totally fine. Now we have that our segment is intersecting with this segment. So we're checking that it is inside it. Yeah, then we push. And go here. So why is it so slow? Why is it so slow? Is it really because of the vector? It's just vector of int. What's wrong with it? Maybe I again need these pragmas? What if I optimize it at all? A lot. Can I optimize it here? Optimization. Okay, let's see what is chosen for release. Maximum optimization. No, it became slower. No, we don't touch it. It's still slower than it was before I touched it. How does it spend 200 milliseconds on such an easy operation? So do I get it right? We have 100,000 numbers. It reads it. It sorts the mummies quite fast. And it just spends a whole lot of time on this thing. On tree add to sec. Why? Why do you do it? I don't get it. Why is it so slow? Should it be so slow? Should nlog n and nlog squared n spend 3 seconds? Where n... I don't understand why is it so slow. Maybe it's because I have Visual Studio, but still this is unforgivable. Is there a custom invocation here? No, let's try with Pragma. Pragma GCC optimize. I did it last time. I forgot for some reason. Let's see how I did it last time. So I have a contest. How can I open the contest? Ah, yeah, I sample like this, I guess. Status. I can open my code for J. Yeah, Pragma GCC optimize. If this is... I hate it, but let's try it. Or I just need to do something with my segment tree, which is spending a whole lot of time. I don't get it. Why should it do it? Okay, let's do it even more rapidly. Arrogance this time. Okay, at least this is understandable. So you want to say me that I spent 23 microseconds, 23,000 nanoseconds. Oh no. Yeah, 2,300 nanoseconds on this thing. I don't believe you. Or do I? So it is like 2 microseconds. No. 2 microseconds on this thing is too slow. It's too slow. Okay, let's try some tests. Ah, I should have removed this thing, of course. This is down. But I did it. Let's try again. Wrong answer. So maybe my solution is incorrect. Okay. So you can live for 1 million operations. It's legit. I believe it. I think I believe it. Okay, what about this? It's still 1 million. But what if I also make this? Still 1 million. At some point I will stop believing you. Ah, okay. I get it. Maybe 500,000. And if I subtract 1, maybe it's already never. No, now I don't believe you. Ah, I don't, maybe I believe you here. Maybe I believe you. So maybe what we needed is actually to remove one of them. Ah, see? 3, I need 3, of course. Never. Why is it wrong answer? Maybe it should be 4 million. Can it be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it's 2 million. Also, wrong answer could be because of incorrect sort orderings here. So let's check everything. For example, let's assume that I think answer is 3. So let's cover everything but this point. So this is -3, 2. Yeah, so I want everything to be covered here. Like this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, let's try. So I want 5 squares, which are centered in 1, 1, 1, -1, -1, 6, -7, 4, and -5, -2. The answer should be like 3. Yes, it is 3. But if I move anything to this point, it should be 2. So let's try everything moving to this point. So first of all, I can move this to the left. Yeah, it is incorrect. Okay, this is incorrect. Okay, because this is here. How on earth didn't it cover this point? Okay, let's see why it thinks that the answer is 3. So I want this test to go first. No, release is not a good option. Okay, the answer is 3. I think the answer is false here. So we consider all mummies. So at some moment we will jump here, won't we? Okay, our active square is true. Okay, it said false. So actually, y equals z. Ah, 3 steps. 3 steps, not 4 steps. Okay, in this case, I don't understand why it failed here. Yeah, because nothing prevented us from going to this point. A3, now it should be true. For some reason, it should be true. Okay, so let's look into our events. There are not a lot of them actually. Let's compare them. So minus 10, 4. Let's write something. So this is 0, this is minus 3. It looks like a minus 9. No, doesn't look like a minus 9. Why is the picture so strange? This is minus 10 definitely. Ah, this is minus 8 maybe. Maybe this is minus 8, yeah. So minus 10 also, it's 3. It's 4. Yeah, minus 10, 4. Minus 8, minus 2. Is it minus 2? Yeah, I think it is minus 2. Minus 4, 6. Minus 4, 6. Yeah, this is this thing. Minus 4, 6. Minus 3, 4. Ah, this is the end of this square. Yes. Minus 3, 0. Minus 3, 0 is type 2. Then minus 2, minus 1 of type 0. Okay, at this point, the point 2 should be uncovered at all. Yeah, it was covered here. But then it was uncovered. So what's wrong? So we activate it. And minimum here should not be... Yeah, it returned true. Great, so X. So now it will say 4, yeah? Stop, what? It's saying 4. But if I swap them, it now says 3, doesn't it? Yeah. So actually, I'm doing something incorrectly in the segment tree. I don't understand. I simply don't understand. My tree. Sorry, my tree is incorrect, obviously. Okay, what I would like to do is first of all find answer for the first test. Just skip it. And then go to the second test. And now we go into this function. We jump to the case 3. And now we want to jump through all these mummies. No, through the events. And let's look into the tree. And it has something like 18 here. So why is it still there? That's my question. Okay, let's find the moment after which this thing was still there. So we put 3 dot minimum 7. It's 18. Let's restart the program. It's still 0. And now it's 5. Now every time it adds 1. So maybe we can find out why. Okay, so it's 7 now. Now we add 1, but then we will need to subtract 1 as well. We didn't. Ah, yeah, I see. We return true here. We should not do it until we undo all the operations. So we'll write bool answer, which is false. Here we say that answer is true, but only in the end do we return answer. Great. Incredible. Incredible. Now it's 4. And we can try again. Time limit exceeded again. I simply don't know what to do now. I can subtract 1 again, but why? I simply don't understand what's wrong with my solution now. Okay, let's... I don't know. Okay, let's... Like... Static vector event events. And in the end we will... Events.clear maybe. I don't know, the slow part is this one. Not the upper one. This is the slow part. Yeah, do you see it? I don't want. Why so? Ah, okay. No, not okay. Ah, fine. Yeah. So obviously the second part is slow, not the first one. Okay. There is another approach with segment trees, which may work better, which is called, I don't know how it's called. So for each element, so like its basic like statements are as follows. It has 2n elements. Last 2n elements are for the array. Last n elements. And then each element has the parent x half. Why didn't I write it? Because I don't know how to write delayed operations with it. So let's again, if dev on PC great huge test, let's memorize the time which we spent on it. Yeah, it spends like what? Ah, yeah, let's do it one time, not 10 not 10 times. So we memorized so that it works like 3 seconds, something like this. Okay, so I will write here. Up to down 3222 ms. Was I correct? Yeah, something like this. Okay, there is another approach from lower to top levels. So n and halved, etc. It will decompose into several trees. It will decompose into several trees. Okay. So what next? Now we have some we have two types of queries. We need to find min, and we need to add on segment. Yeah. So for each segment we store the minimum, and we store how much we need to add on this segment. Okay. So let's start with some segment. We need to find minimum. How is it done? I'm not sure how it is done. I think so. We have two arrays again, minimum and to push. So we start with this segment. We want to find minimum. So we have these two elements maybe, which shrink the segment After that, we iterate to some segment here, which is like L half or R half. So maybe this number pushes something here. And this is okay if it pushes it, we just need to add it. So if we see here that this number pushes something to this number, we need to add the to push value. So how does it work? It works like this. We have something like current segment, left uns, left uns, and right uns. So while true, so while we do not know the answer still, what do we do? We find this number maybe, and we relax right answer and left answer with them. Now we go up, we have a smaller segment. And if there is something here and here, we relax them with these numbers. So if there is something here and here, we relax them. Not relax, but how it's called? We push. We push this with this array. I think to understand it, we need to write it. Okay. Cross, actually. Okay, so segment 3. We do not have the function push. We just have 2n and 2n here. Okay, so int find min, int l, int r. So we say L plus equals delta plus N, R plus equals delta plus N. And the second is void add to seg int L, int R, int val. Same, L plus equals delta plus N, R plus equals delta plus N. Okay, so while L is less than L, so first of all, we will write the function add to seg. So if L is odd, yeah, first of all, we need to make both ends even. So if it's like 3, 6, we need to go 3, 6. We need to go to 4, 6. And these should be eliminated. In this case, we just say to push L plus equals val and minimum L plus equals val. Yes, I believe so. And plus plus L. So if R and 1, then first of all we need to subtract 1, and then we need to do the same thing. finally, we divide L by 2 and R by 2. So this is it. This is add to circle. Now let's find minimum. This will be harder, I promise you. So still while. So we have left answer equals infinity. Or, yeah, infinity. And right answer equals infinity. Okay. What then? I don't know. I don't know what's then. I think we will need some examples. Yeah. For example, assume that we have numbers from 0 to 9. Yeah, first of all, we need to add 10 to them. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, this is our second. And then it has its parents, which are these 5 elements. Yes, so it is 5, this is 6, this is 7, this is 8, and this is 9. After that, this 5 has this parent 2. So now it looks like this. 2, 3, and 4. Finally, and 4 does not have a child 2. It doesn't have it. I stop understanding. Now I don't understand this tree at all. Because it is too long. Ah, I get it. 5 will not have the parent 2. 5 is the end. 5 will not have the parent 2 because it is always the odd endpoint and we go to the right. So now we have like 6, 7, 8, 9, which are 3, 4. And that's it. We will stop here. So this is our tree. We do not go any further. We don't go further because because 3 does not have a 2, Yeah, first 3 does not have a 2. So there will be 3 roots, 5, 3, and 4, and that's it. Okay, so as I said, we have some segment, and we have right answer and left answer. So what happens when this segment becomes empty? We still have right answer and left answer, and we still need to maybe update them. So we need to go until we have the root, and we need to somehow understand that this is a root. And this is the root if I think this is the root. I don't know how to understand if this is the root. I really don't understand. So let's look at some segment, like from 1 to 8. It corresponds to several vertices. 8, this 8, this 3, and this 1. And each of them has different set of vertices which are required to push. So this one needs to get pushes from 5. This needs to get pushes from 3. So for each vertex, we just need to understand, does it have a parent or not? How do we understand it? Whether a vertex has a parent or not. It has a parent if it is not root. And if it is not root, if it is not eliminated from... Okay, let's make booleans, which mean if we have a root or not. Okay, vector int vector bool is root. So we have is root of size 2n. Let's fill it. So we have int l equals n, r equals 2 times n, and while l is less than r, we do the following. So if l is odd, then it is a root. So is root l is true, I still don't like something about it. Maybe I don't want to make isRoot here. Okay, let's remove it for now. I will think. No, I don't want it. So we also have int answer, which is also inf, and we will return it while something. We do something. So what do we do? We also have the full segment. So full L equals L plus N, no, N. And full R equals N times 2. Okay, so while while L is less than R, okay? Let's think. So if L is odd, this means that we will need to move the left border to the right. Yeah. But before that, we need to do something with the answer. We need to say that left answer is minimum of left answer and minimum L. Okay. Okay, so I believe that. After that, if R is odd, then we subtract 1 from R and we update the right answer. Okay, what happens when we divide L by 2 and R by 2? Yeah, so from some segment of children, we go to the segment of parents. But now left answer should be changed. It's no longer this number. It's no longer this number. Instead, it is somehow located here and here, but it needs to have a push from this number. Okay, so we also do the same for full L and for full R. So full L equals full L plus 1 half. And full R just divided by 2 is just divided by 2. Okay? And if L minus 1 is at least full R, full L, this means that we need to add the to push value. Left answer plus equals to push of L minus 1. Otherwise, answer is minimum of answer and left answer and left answer is back to infinity. The same is from the right side. So if R is strictly less than full R, then left answer plus equals to push R. Else answer is minimum of answer and right answer. Right answer is infinity. Okay. What happens if we have an empty segment? We still continue because still there might be answers here and here. We should continue. Until they are both infinities, I guess. Until they are both infinities. So white L is less than R, or left answer is not infinity, or right answer is not infinity. I believe so. I dislike it because now I think it's buggy. Yeah, it is really buggy. It's now buggy. It's not good. Maybe we can jump and see what happens here. I think it always says that answer is 0, doesn't it? But it shouldn't, right? Yeah, it shouldn't. It shouldn't always say zeros. Yeah, because I guess it shouldn't. It just shouldn't. Okay, let's see how it becomes less and less. We have left answer and right answer. And it is suddenly 0. Why? What is L? How is it 0? Ah, maybe it's 0 because we will add something to it in the pushes. Okay, it's still okay because answer is still not corrupted. Okay, now it broke. It really broke. It broke apart. Actually, is it true that to push is always equal to minimum? So like I always just subtract minimum of the tree. It seems legit, but what? So minimum and to push are always the same? Mm. Hmm. Oh no. How to push R is actually 1. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, also I have another one back, of course. So this is only done if L is less than R. Actually, it's still slow. I see that it is slow. It's much slower than it were before. Ah, it's because of debug. Maybe under release it will be blazingly fast. It seems that we have to optimize something. Still, the answer is totally incorrect. Oh. Maybe this is my bug. Although I don't think so. No, it's not the only bug. Okay, so why am I sad? Let's put it like this. I'm sad because at this moment, right answer. Okay, this is fine. But now, right answer is 0. And why is right answer 0? Right answer is 0 because R is 1.5 million. And R full is the same. Full R is also like this. But still number. So one would think, I guess, that number to push 3 million one should not be zero, but it is zero for some reason. Ah, I don't understand it. Why is it so big? Yeah, I really don't understand. Why is it so big? Why is it is so big? Like delta is almost n. Why is delta so big? Yeah, the reason might be that delta is too big. So delta is 2 million. I don't believe it. Why delta is 2 million? It shouldn't be. Yeah, delta can be 2 million, of course. Yeah, delta can be 2 million. But n is much bigger. So, no, I want it here. What? No, no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It can't be. No, it can't be. So n is like 3 million, isn't it? Yeah, it's 3 million. No, it shouldn't be 3 million. It should be bigger. Why is it 3 million? It is not correct that it is 3 million. Ah, it should be half here, of course. So dumb. So dumb. Okay, now it's a bit more like it. Still the answer is somehow wrong. The answer is not true. Okay, not correct. Maybe we can look onto our examples. Five and never. Okay, maybe we can look at this example. It is 4, but if we put a 0 here, it should become 3. Yeah, for some reason this is kinda correct. This I don't know. What is that? What is this number? What does it mean? What does it even mean? Okay, maybe we can replace it with 10. Or even like this. It's even simpler. Here we have 10. What about vertically? 11. What about this? 1. What about this? It should be 2. And this is 3. Okay. Okay, I don't like it, but we will check it. So, what it is basically saying, it is saying that for 3, the answer is for 3, the answer is yes. So it can live for 3. For some strange reason. Okay. We add. First of all, actually, let's remove to push. Seems I don't need it at all because it is equal to minimum. I don't need to push. It's still 3, but it should be 2. Okay, events. There are several events. Not many because I think there are like 6 events. Yes, 6 events. So we add from -5 to 2. We add from -5 to 2. Yeah, of course. We find from -5 to 2. Okay. What I want is I want to find, check this. So for some reason it should say that the answer is 0. L is 2 and R is 1. Are you kidding me? L is 2 and R is 1. How is it possible, actually? How is it possible? So, like, for example, okay, maybe we had this segment from 0 to 12. Then we went to the segment from 5 to 6. No, 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 no. No. What about from... Okay, no. What about... 20 to 21? So 20, 22. Then it got 10 to 11. Then it got from 5 to 5. Okay. And what does it mean? What it should do now? I think it just has to jump to its half. That's it. I think it just needs to jump to its half. So if update ans, then we do this. So if L is less than R, we do this. And else, we just divide them by 2. Okay. Is it correct now? No, it is not. Okay, let's see what we have here. So I want answer here and answer here. Okay, answer is big, but now it becomes just 1. Yeah, I believe it. Now L and R are zeros, but full R is still a big number. What? No, 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 no. It's not correct. No, 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 no. It shouldn't be like this. So I think what I think. So first of all, we have answer, left answer, and right answer. What I think is that full L should be no more than L should be less than R, and R should be no more than full R. And it should be always, and this should always be true. Now it is false for some reason. What happened? Ah, get it. Okay, let's fix it. No. No. Okay, I now believe again that it's to do it like this. Okay. Answer is 1. ANSI is false. Wait, what? ANSI is 3? Can it make 3 moves? No, it cannot make 3 moves. Okay, I need to check for 2, I guess. Is z equals 1, of course. Is x? So we need to check z equals 2. Okay, z equals 2. Yeah, z equals 2. Should be false. But for some reason, what? Ah, we've done something strange actually. So when we add in a segment, we need to propagate to the... Yeah, we need to have both to push and minimum. Yeah, because we need to store... Like, okay. Assume that we have some tree. What we want is we want to store a minimum of the tree, which is needed to be added to its children. So one of the children actually has to be 0 minimum, and the other should have at least 0 minimum. Okay, assume that we added to some vertex, some value to some vertex. This is of course nice, but maybe after we have done this, its parent now doesn't quite understand what is the maximum. So maybe we need to go to this parent take 2 of its children and change to push value. Yeah, I think we need to do it. So again, we need to check whether we have a child. Okay, so we need to store full L and full R. How do we do it? Say that L equals L plus 1 half and R full L. And full R equals full R half. So let's think. We have changed our child. We have added a value. But so how it works? We have some segment. And this goes to the segment of parents. But this one can go to the separate parent. Okay, so we need to make some push thing. How is it done? It's done as follows. So if L is greater than full L, we need to update the two push values. So we say that int pushed equals minimum of minimum. I think we can live without it. Let's this and do this. We have this pushed value and we need to subtract it from this minima. Great. If R is less than full R, so now we have minimum of 2R plus 1. To R and to R plus 1. Now it is 1. At least this is now correct. But why 1? What if I put 1 and -1 here? It's still 1. And what if 3 and -3? 3. So it's only incorrect now for 2. So the answer should be 2. Maybe it is incorrect on the number 1. So for number 1, for some reason, it decided that the minimum is 1. let's see. So for 1, yeah, as you see, it decided then that the minimum is not 0. Let's see how it happened. Obviously, we changed this function, so something should be wrong there. Okay. So now right answer is 0. So what? What happened? I don't understand. So find minimum. So now it's 3 and 5. And this is now 2 and 2. So L is not greater than. So, for some reason, R always was less than full R. How did that happen? Why R is 1. What's wrong with you? How R is less than full L? Okay, this is totally not fine. This is totally not fine. So we have 2, which has like 4 and 5, which have 8, 9, and 10, and 11, which themselves have something. But how did I get 1 for R? How did that happen? I don't understand the moment when R became less than L. This is what I don't understand. Let's look again. Okay, let's see. So we have full L is 12, full R is 22. Let's draw it. This is our segment. They have parents from 6 to 10, I guess. Okay, and I have now segment from 13 to 20. Some empty segment. No, from 14 to 13. Okay, what does it mean? How is it possible? For example, it could happen if we had like 26 26 26. I don't know. No, 27 27 maybe. So 26 27 28 29. Yeah, for example, 27 27, like this. So what does it mean? It means that the right segment has this friend, but the left segment has this friend. And now the left segment has this friend, and the right segment has this friend. Okay, I believe it. This is awful, but I believe it. So what? Now it should be kinda 6, 7. Yeah. Yes, it should be like this. Okay, now it dies here. No, it doesn't die here. It will become 3, 4, and it just stays here. 10 does not have a parent. It is a root. So 10 is a root. 3 and 4, which we will have here. Also, they don't have the roots, so they are the roots themselves. They are the roots themselves. L and R, 6 to 11. Yeah. No, I don't understand what happened previously. Why R is 3? So R is 3, and it is a root. So since it is a root, so when it was 6, I was silent. But now it is 3. It is 3. It is a root. So how do I understand that a vertex is a root? A vertex is a root if if it were eliminated at some point, then it is a root from full segment. But it seems there is another way for it to be root. If it is eliminated from the left, not from the right. So in the end, maybe I just need to repeat it in the end, or not. Is it possible that I eliminate it in the end? I think yes. What's the problem? I really don't understand this strange tree. So let's draw it again. So this is some tree. This is a tree. So assume that I have something like this. 10, 10. No, 11, 11, for example. Or 10, 10. Yeah, 10, 10, 11. Yeah. Okay, then I removed 11, and now it is in my right ans. Then I went here. Okay, I need a way to understand that vertex is a root. I need a way to find out that the vertex is a root. How is it done? For God's sake. it should be either removed from the left side or from the right side. Yeah? Okay, let's try it. R actually should be. So what if R is removed from the left side? Oh. If R is removed from the left side, it means that dance is eliminated actually. So if R is less than full R, and also R should not be what? Full L minus 1. Yes. Or just full L. Maybe just full L. Yeah? Or not? Why is R now full L? No, this is not good. I don't need to do it. What did I do? Three and four. I even don't know what to say. Let's try this one. This is a huge mess now. But now it works. Now it totally works. Maybe we can solve this problem in the end. Okay, let's look at the speed. Is it higher? It is definitely a lot higher. Okay, let's try it. Let's try and do it. Ah. Okay. Okay, I see this thing. Let's look into it. This is the guide which I followed for this segment tree. Lazy propagation. Okay, it has a height. Accepted. This finally worked. So, this is how you shouldn't write segment tree. This is how you shouldn't do it. Well, you can, but you see, we spent 4 hours on a segment tree problem. This shouldn't have happened. Let's now see how they recommend to solve it. Ti is the value corresponding to its segment. Now it's not entirely true. We need to apply all the delayed operations on the root from I to the root of the tree. Let's get back to our first example. We want to modify all the elements inside this interval. Three 11. Okay, I'm not able to do to comprehend this text. My perception is broken. My mind is exhausted. And the world is black. Maybe I will read how to write segment trees in the future, but for now, I can do it either with my method. Okay, so I know how to write it without lazy propagation. But today was maybe the first time when I wrote this segment tree with lazy propagation, and I failed. It's just cruel, because either I write my segment tree, which I know how to write, which always works, but it is slow. Or I write this segment tree, and I don't know how to make lazy propagation, and we end up with 4 hours and 50 minutes of awful content.